business squabbling, and legal jangling. Make me do such things, make me like those other men, doing the work they do, breathing the air they breathe, developing the point of view they have developed, and you have destroyed the difference, destroyed me, destroyed the thing you love. My desire to write is the most vital thing in me. Had I been a mere clod, neither would I have desired to write, nor would you have desired me for a husband. But you forget, she interrupted, the quick surface of her mind glimpsing a parallel. There have been eccentric inventors, starving their families while they sought such chimeras as perpetual motion. Doubtless, their wives loved them, and suffered with them and for them, not because of but in spite of their infatuation for perpetual motion. True, was the reply. But there have been inventors who were not eccentric and who starved while they sought to invent practical things, and sometimes, it is recorded, they succeeded. Certainly I do not seek any impossibilities. You have called it achieving the impossible, she interpolated. I spoke figuratively. I seek to do what men have done before me, to write and to live by my writing. Her silence spurred him on. To you, then, my goal is as much a chimera as perpetual motion? He demanded. He read her answer in the pressure of her hand on his, the pitying mother hand for the hurt child. And to her, just then, he was the hurt child. The infatuated man striving to achieve the impossible. Toward the close of their talk she warned him again of the antagonism of her father and mother. But you love me, he asked. I do. I do, she cried. And I love you, not them, and nothing they do can hurt me. Triumph sounded in his voice. For I have faith in your love, not fear of their enmity. All things may go astray in this world, but not love. Love cannot go wrong unless it be a weakling that faints and stumbles by the way. Chapter XXXI. Martin had encountered his sister Gertrude by chance on Broadway, as it proved, a most propitious yet disconcerting chance. Waiting on the corner for a car, she had seen him first, and noted the eager, hungry lines of his face and the desperate, worried look of his eyes. In truth, he was desperate and worried. He had just come from a fruitless interview with the pawnbroker, from whom he had tried to wring an additional loan on his wheel. The muddy fall weather having come on, Martin had pledged his wheel some time since and retained his black suit. There's the black suit, the pawnbroker, who knew his every asset, had answered. You needn't tell me you've gone and pledged it with that Jew, Lipka. Because if you have. The man had looked the threat, and Martin hastened to cry. No, no, I've got it. But I want to wear it on a matter of business. All right, the mollified usurer had replied. And I want it on a matter of business before I can let you have any more money. You don't think I'm in it for my health. But it's a $40 wheel, in good condition, Martin had argued. And you've only let me have $7 on it. No. Not even 7. 6.25, you took the interest in advance. If you want some more, bring the suit, had been the reply that sent Martin out of the stuffy little den, so desperate at heart as to reflect it in his face and touch his sister to pity. Scarcely had they met when the Telegraph Avenue car came along and stopped to take on a crowd of afternoon shoppers. Mrs. Higginbotham divined from the grip on her arm as he helped her on, that he was not going to follow her. She turned on the step and looked down upon him. His haggard face smote her to the heart. Again. Ain't you comin'? She asked. The next moment she had descended to his side. I'm walking exercise, you know, he explained. Then I'll go along for a few blocks, she announced. "Mebbe it'll do me good. I ain't been feelin' any too spry these last few days." Martin glanced at her and verified her statement in her general slovenly appearance, in the unhealthy fat, in the drooping shoulders, the tired face with the sagging lines, and in the heavy fall of her feet, without elasticity, a very caricature of the walk that belongs to a free and happy body. "You'd better stop here," he said, though she had already come to a halt at the first corner, "and take the next car." "My goodness, if I ain't all tired already," she panted. "But I'm just as able to walk as you in them soles. They're that thin they'll bullet in st long before you get out to North Oakland." "I've a better pair at home," was the answer. "Come out to dinner tomorrow," she invited irrelevantly. "Mr. Higginbotham won't be there. He's goin' to San Leandro on business." Martin shook his head, but he had failed to keep back the wolfish, hungry look that leapt into his eyes at the suggestion of dinner. "You haven't a penny, Mart, and that's why you're walkin'. Exercise." She tried to sniff contemptuously, but succeeded in producing only a sniffle. "Here, lemme see." And, fumbling in her satchel, she pressed a $5 piece into his hand. "I guess I forgot your last birthday, Mart," she mumbled lamely. Martin's hand instinctively closed on the piece of gold. In the same instant he knew he ought not to accept, and found himself struggling in the throes of indecision. That bit of gold meant food, life, and light in his body and brain, power to go on writing, and who was to say, maybe to write something that would bring in many pieces of gold. Clear on his vision. Burn the manuscripts of 2 essays he had just completed. He saw them under the table on top of the heap of returned manuscripts for which he had no stamps, and he saw their titles, just as he had typed them: The High Priests of Mystery, and The Cradle of Beauty. He had never submitted them anywhere. They were as good as anything he had done in that line. If only he had stamps for them. Then the certitude of his ultimate success rose up in him, an able ally of hunger, and with a quick movement he slipped the coin into his pocket. "I'll pay you back, Gertrude, 100 times over," he gulped out, his throat painfully contracted and in his eyes a swift hint of moisture. "Mark my words," he cried with abrupt positiveness. "Before the year is out I'll put an even 100 of those little yellow boys into your hand. I don't ask you to believe me. All you have to do is wait and see." Nor did she believe. Her incredulity made her uncomfortable, and failing of other expedient, she said, "I know you're hungry, Mart. It's sticking out all over you. Come into meals any time. I'll send one of the children to tell you when Mr. Higginbotham ain't to be there." And Mart. He waited, though he knew in his secret heart what she was about to say, so visible was her thought process to him. "Don't you think it's about time you got a job?" "You don't think I'll win out?" he asked. She shook her head. "Nobody has faith in me, Gertrude, except myself." His voice was passionately rebellious. "I've done good work already, plenty of it, and sooner or later it will sell." "How do you know it is good?" Because he faltered as the whole vast field of literature and the history of literature stirred in his brain and pointed the futility of his attempting to convey to her the reasons for his faith. "Well, because it's better than 99% of what is published in the magazines." "I wished you'd listen to reason," she answered feebly, but with unwavering belief in the correctness of her diagnosis of what was ailing him. "I wished you'd listen to reason," she repeated, "and come to dinner tomorrow." After Martin had helped her on the car, he hurried to the post office and invested $3 of the $5 in stamps, and when, later in the day, on the way to the Morse home, he stopped in at the post office to weigh a large number of long, bulky envelopes, he affixed to them all the stamps save 3 of the 2-cent denomination. It proved a momentous night for Martin, for after dinner he met Russ Brissenden. How he chanced to come there, whose friend he was or what acquaintance brought him, Martin did not know. Nor had he the curiosity to inquire about him of Ruth. In short, Brissenden struck Martin as anemic and feather-brained, and was promptly dismissed from his mind. An hour later he decided that Brissenden was a bore as well, what of the way he prowled about from one room to another, staring at the pictures or poking his nose into books and magazines he picked up from the table or drew from the shelves. Though a stranger in the house, he finally isolated himself in the midst of the company, huddling into a capacious Morris chair and reading steadily from a thin volume he had drawn from his pocket. As he read, he abstractedly ran his fingers, with a caressing movement, through his hair. Martin noticed him no more that evening, except once when he observed him chaffing with great apparent success with several of the young women. It chanced that when Martin was leaving, he overtook Brissenden already half down the walk to the street. "Hello, is that you?" Martin said. The other replied with an ungracious grunt, but swung alongside. Martin made no further attempt at conversation, and for several blocks unbroken silence lay upon them. Pompous old ass. The suddenness and the virulence of the exclamation startled Martin. He felt amused, and at the same time was aware of a growing dislike for the other. "What do you go to such a place for?" was abruptly flung at him. After another block of silence. "Why do you?" Martin countered. "Bless me, I don't know," came back. "At least this is my first indiscretion. There are 24 hours in each day, and I must spend them somehow. Come and have a drink." "All right," Martin answered. The next moment he was nonplussed by the readiness of his acceptance. At home was several hours' hack work waiting for him before he went to bed, and after he went to bed there was a volume of Weismann waiting for him, to say nothing of Herbert Spencer's autobiography, which was as replete for him with romance as any thrilling novel. Why should he waste any time with this man he did not like? Was his thought. And yet, it was not so much the man nor the drink as was it what was associated with the drink: the bright lights, the mirrors and dazzling array of glasses, the warm and glowing faces and the resonant hum of the voices of men. That was it, it was the voices of men. Optimistic men, men who breathed success and spent their money for drinks like men. He was lonely, that was what was the matter with him, that was why he had snapped at the invitation as a bonita strikes at a white rag on a hook. Not since with Joe, at Shelley Hot Springs, with the one exception of the wine he took with the Portuguese grocer, had Martin had a drink at a public bar. Mental exhaustion did not produce a craving for liquor such as physical exhaustion did, and he had felt no need for it. But just now he felt desire for the drink. Or, rather, for the atmosphere wherein drinks were dispensed and disposed of. Such a place was the grotto where Brissenden and he lounged in capacious leather chairs and drank scotch and soda. They talked. They talked about many things, and now Brissenden and now Martin took turn in ordering scotch and soda. Martin, who was extremely strong-headed, marveled at the other's capacity for liquor, and ever and anon broke off to marvel at the other's conversation. He was not long in assuming that Brissenden knew everything, and in deciding that here was the second intellectual man he had met. But he noted that Brissenden had what Professor Caldwell lacked, namely, fire, the flashing insight and perception, the flaming uncontrol of genius. Living language flowed from him. His thin lips, like the dies of a machine, stamped out phrases that cut and stung, or again, pursing caressingly about the inchoate sound they articulated, the thin lips shaped soft and velvety things, mellow phrases of glow and glory, of haunting beauty, reverberant of the mystery and inscrutableness of life, and yet again. The thin lips were like a bugle, from which rang the crash and tumult of cosmic strife, phrases that sounded clear as silver, that were luminous as starry spaces, that epitomized the final word of science and yet said something more, the poet's word, the transcendental truth, elusive and without words which could express, and which none the less found expression in the subtle and all but ungraspable connotations of common words. He, by some wonder of vision, saw beyond the farthest outpost of empiricism, where was no language for narration, and yet, by some golden miracle of speech, investing known words with unknown significances, he conveyed to Martin's consciousness messages that were incommunicable to ordinary souls. Martin forgot his first impression of dislike. Here was the best the books had to offer coming true. Here was an intelligence, a living man for him to look up to. I am down in the dirt at your feet, Martin repeated to himself again and again. You've studied biology, he said aloud, insignificant allusion. To his surprise, Brissenden shook his head. But you are stating truths that are substantiated only by biology, Martin insisted, and was rewarded by a blank stare. Your conclusions are in line with the books which you must have read. I am glad to hear it, was the answer. That my smattering of knowledge should enable me to shortcut my way to truth is most reassuring. As for myself, I never bother to find out if I am right or not. It is all valueless anyway. Man can never know the ultimate verities. You are a disciple of Spencer, Martin cried triumphantly. I haven't read him since adolescence, and all I read then was his education. I wish I could gather knowledge as carelessly, Martin broke out. Half an hour later, he had been closely analyzing Brissenden's mental equipment. You are a sheer dogmatist, and that's what makes it so marvelous. You state dogmatically the latest facts which science has been able to establish only by a posteriori reasoning. You jump at correct conclusions. You certainly shortcut with a vengeance. You feel your way with the speed of light, by some hyper-rational process, to truth. Yes, that was what used to bother Father Joseph, and Brother Dutton, Brissenden replied. Oh, no, he added, I am not anything. It was a lucky trick of fate that sent me to a Catholic college for my education. Where did you pick up what you know? And while Martin told him, he was busy studying Brissenden, ranging from a long, lean, aristocratic face and drooping shoulders to the overcoat on a neighboring chair, its pockets sagged and bulged by the freightage of many books. Brissenden's face and long, slender hands were browned by the sun, excessively browned, Martin thought. This sunburn bothered Martin. It was patent that Brissenden was no outdoor man. Then how had he been ravaged by the sun? Something morbid and significant attached to that sunburn, was Martin's thought as he returned to a study of the face, narrow, with high cheekbones and cavernous hollows, and graced with as delicate and fine an aquiline nose as Martin had ever seen. There was nothing remarkable about the size of the eyes. They were neither large nor small, while their color was a nondescript brown, but in them smoldered a fire, or, rather, lurkten. Expression dual and strangely contradictory. Defiant, indomitable, even harsh. To excess, they at the same time aroused pity. Martin found himself pitying him. He knew not why, though he was soon to learn. "Oh, I'm a lunger," Brissenden announced, offhand, a little later, having already stated that he came from Arizona. "I've been down there a couple of years living on the climate." "Aren't you afraid to venture it up in this climate?" "Afraid?" There was no special emphasis of his repetition of Martin's word. But Martin saw in that ascetic face the advertisement that there was nothing of which it was afraid. The eyes had narrowed till they were eagle-like, and Martin almost caught his breath as he noted the eagle beak with its dilated nostrils, defiant, assertive, aggressive. "Magnificent," was what he commented to himself, his blood thrilling at the sight. Aloud, he quoted, "Under the bludgeoning of chance. My head is bloody but unbowed." "You like Henley," Brissenden said, his expression changing swiftly to large graciousness and tenderness. "Of course, I couldn't have expected anything else of you." "Ah, Henley. A brave soul. He stands out among contemporary rhymesters magazine rhymesters as a gladiator stands out in the midst of a band of eunuchs." "You don't like the magazines," Martin softly impeached. "Do you?" was snarled back at him so savagely as to startle him. I write, or, rather, try to write, for the magazines." Martin faltered. "That's better," was the mollified rejoinder. "You try to write, but you don't succeed. I respect and admire your failure. I know what you write. I can see it with half an eye, and there's one ingredient in it that shuts it out of the magazines. It's guts, and magazines have no use for that particular commodity. What they want is wish-wash and slush, and God knows they get it, but not from you." "I'm not above hack work," Martin contended. On the contrary, Brissenden paused and ran an insolent eye over Martin's objective poverty, passing from the well-worn tie and the saw-edged collar to the shiny sleeves of the coat and onto the slight fray of one cuff, winding up and dwelling upon Martin's sunken cheeks. "On the contrary, hack work is above you, so far above you that you can never hope to rise to it. Why, man, I could insult you by asking you to have something to eat." Martin felt the heat in his face of the involuntary blood, and Brissenden laughed triumphantly. "A full man is not insulted by such an invitation," he concluded. "You are a devil," Martin cried irritably. "Anyway, I didn't ask you." "You didn't dare." "Oh, I don't know about that. I invite you now." Brissenden half rose from his chair as he spoke, as if with the intention of departing to the restaurant forthwith. Martin's fists were tight clenched, and his blood was drumming in his temples. "Bosco. He eats 'em alive. Eats 'em alive." Brissenden exclaimed, imitating the spieler of a locally famous snake-eater. "I could certainly eat you alive," Martin said, in turn running insolent eyes over the other's disease-ravaged frame. "Only I'm not worthy of it." "On the contrary," Martin considered, "because the incident is not worthy." He broke into a laugh, hearty and wholesome. "I confess you made a fool of me, Brissenden. That I am hungry and you are aware of it are only ordinary phenomena, and there's no disgrace. You see, I laugh at the conventional little moralities of the herd, then you drift by, say a sharp, true word, and immediately I am the slave of the same little moralities." "You were insulted," Brissenden affirmed. "I certainly was, a moment ago. The prejudice of early youth, you know." "I Learned such things then, and they cheapen what I have since learned. They are the skeletons in my particular closet. But you've got the door shut on them now. I certainly have. Sure. Sure. Then let's go and get something to eat. I'll go you, Martin answered, attempting to pay for the current scotch and soda with the last change from his $2 and seeing the waiter bullied by Brissenden into putting that change back on the table. Martin pocketed it with a grimace, and felt for a moment the kindly weight of Brissenden's hand upon his shoulder. Chapter XXXII. Promptly, the next afternoon, Maria was excited by Martin's second visitor. But she did not lose her head this time, for she seated Brissenden in her parlor's grandeur of respectability. "Hope you don't mind my coming," Brissenden began. "No, no, not at all," Martin answered, shaking hands and waving him to the solitary chair, himself taking to the bed. "But how did you know where I lived?" "Called up the Morses. Miss Morse answered the phone. And here I am." He tugged at his coat pocket and flung a thin volume on the table. "There's a book, by a poet. Read it and keep it." And then, in reply to Martin's protest, "What have I to do with books? I had another hemorrhage this morning." "Got any whiskey?" "No, of course not." "Wait a minute." He was off and away. Martin watched his long figure go down the outside steps. And, on turning to close the gate, noted with a pang the shoulders, which had once been broad, drawn in now over the collapsed ruin of the chest. Martin got 2 tumblers, and fell to reading the book of verse, Henry Vaughan Marlowe's latest collection. "No Scotch," Brissenden announced on his return. "The beggar sells nothing but American whiskey. But here's a quart of it. I'll send one of the youngsters for lemons, and we'll make a toddy," Martin offered. "I wonder what a book like that will earn Marlowe," he went on, holding up the volume in question. "Possibly $50, came the answer. "Though he's lucky if he pulls even on it, or if he can inveigle a publisher to risk bringing it out. Then one can't make a living out of poetry." Martin's tone and face alike showed his dejection. "Certainly not. What fool expects to? Out of rhyming, yes. There's Bruce, and Virginia Spring, and Sedgwick. They do very nicely. But poetry, do you know how Vaughan Marlowe makes his living? Teaching in a boys' cramming joint down in Pennsylvania, and of all private little hell such a billet is the limit. I wouldn't trade places with him if he had 50 years of life before him. And yet his work stands out from the ruck of the contemporary versifiers as a balas ruby among carrots. And the reviews he gets? Damn them, all of them, the Krasmonikins. Too much is written by the men who can't write about the men who do write," Martin concurred. "Why, I was appalled at the quantities of rubbish written about Stevenson and his work. Ghouls and harpies," Brissenden snapped out with clicking teeth. "Yes, I know," the Spawn complacently pecking at him for his father. Damien Letter, analyzing him, weighing him, measuring him by the yardstick of their own miserable egos. Martin broke in. "Yes, that's it, a good phrase, mouthing and besliming the true and beautiful and good, and finally patting him on the back and saying, 'Good dog, Fido. Faw.' The little chattering daws of men, Richard Reef called them the night he died." Pecking at Stardust, Martin took up the strain warmly, "At the meteoric flight of the master men. I once wrote a squib on them, the critics, or the reviewers, rather." "Let's see it," Brissenden begged eagerly. So Martin unearthed a carbon copy of Stardust, and during the Reading of it, Brissenden chuckled, rubbed his hands, and forgot to sip his toddy. Strikes me you're a bit of stardust yourself, flung into a world of cowled gnomes who cannot see, was his comment at the end of it. Of course it was snapped up by the first magazine. Martin ran over the pages of his manuscript book. It has been refused by 27 of them. Brissenden essayed a long and hearty laugh, but broke down in a fit of coughing. Say, you needn't tell me you haven't tackled poetry, he gasped. Let me see some of it. Don't read it now, Martin pleaded. I want to talk with you. I'll make up a bundle and you can take it home. Brissenden departed with the Love Cycle, and the Peri and the Pearl, returning next day to greet Martin with, I want more. Not only did he assure Martin that he was a poet, but Martin learned that Brissenden also was one. He was swept off his feet by the other's work, and astounded that no attempt had been made to publish it. A plague on all their houses, was Brissenden's answer to Martin's volunteering to market his work for him. Love beauty for its own sake, was his counsel, and leave the magazines alone. Back to your ships and your sea, that's my advice to you, Martin Eden. What do you want in these sick and rotten cities of men? You are cutting your throat every day you waste in them trying to prostitute beauty to the needs of magazinedom. What was it you quoted me the other day? Oh, yes. Man, the latest of the ephemera. Well, what do you, the latest of the ephemera, want with fame? If you got it, it would be poison to you. You are too simple, too elemental, and too rational, by my faith, to prosper on such pap. I hope you never do sell a line to the magazines. Beauty is the only master to serve. Serve her and damn the multitude. Success. What in hell's success if it isn't right there in your Stevenson sonnet, which outranks Henley's apparition, in that Love Cycle, in those sea poems? It is not in what you succeed in doing that you get your joy, but in the doing of it. You can't tell me. I know it. You know it. Beauty hurts you. It is an everlasting pain in you, a wound that does not heal, a knife of flame. Why should you palter with magazines? Let beauty be your end. Why should you mint beauty into gold? Anyway, you can't, so there's no use in my getting excited over it. You can read the magazines for 1,000 years and you won't find the value of one line of Keats. Leave fame and coin alone. Sign away on a ship tomorrow, and go back to your sea. Not for fame, but for love, Martin laughed. Love seems to have no place in your cosmos, in mine. Beauty is the handmaiden of love. Brissenden looked at him pityingly and admiringly. You are so young. Martin boy, so young. You will flutter high, but your wings are of the finest gauze, dusted with the fairest pigments. Do not scorch them. But of course you have scorched them already. It required some glorified petticoat to account for that love cycle, and that's the shame of it. It glorifies love as well as the petticoat, Martin laughed. The philosophy of madness, was the retort. So have I assured myself when wandering in hashish dreams. But beware. These bourgeois cities will kill you. Look at that den of traitors where I met you. Dry rot is no name for it. One can't keep his sanity in such an atmosphere. It's degrading. There's not one of them who is not degrading, man and woman, all of them animated stomachs guided by the high intellectual and artistic impulses of clams. He broke off suddenly and regarded Martin. Then, with a flash of divination, he saw the situation. The expression on his face turned to wondering horror. And you wrote that tremendous love cycle to her, that pale, shriveled, female thing. The next instant Martin's right hand had shot to a throttling clutch on his throat, and he was being shaken till his teeth rattled. But Martin, looking into his eyes, saw no fear there, naught but a curious and mocking devil. Martin remembered himself, and flung Brissenden, by the neck, sidelong upon the bed, at the same moment releasing his hold. Brissenden panted and gasped painfully for a moment, then began to chuckle. You had made me eternally your debtor had you shaken out the flame, he said. My nerves are on a hair trigger these days, Martin apologized. Hope I didn't hurt you. Here, let me mix a fresh toddy. Ah, you young Greek. Brissenden went on. I wonder if you take just pride in that body of yours. You are devilish strong. You are a young panther, a lion cub. Well, well, it is you who must pay for that strength. What do you mean? Martin asked curiously, passing him a glass. Here, down this and be good. Because Brissenden sipped his toddy and smiled. Appreciation of it? Because of the women. They will worry you until you die, as they have already worried you, or else I was born yesterday. Now, there's no use in your choking me, I'm going to have my say. This is undoubtedly your calf love, but for beauty's sake show better taste. Next time. What under heaven do you want with a daughter of the bourgeoisie? Leave them alone. Pick out some great, wanton flame of a woman, who laughs at life and jeers at death and loves one while she may. There are such women, and they will love you just as readily as any pusillanimous product of bourgeois sheltered life. Pusillanimous? Martin protested. Just so, pusillanimous, prattling out little moralities that have been prattled into them, and afraid to live life. They will love you, Martin, but they will love their little moralities more. What you want is the magnificent abandon of life, the great free souls, the blazing butterflies, and not the little grey moths. Oh, you will grow tired of them, too, of all the female things, if you are unlucky enough to live. But you won't live. You won't go back to your ships and sea, therefore, you'll hang around these pest holes of cities until your bones are rotten, and then you'll die. You can lecture me, but you can't make me talk back, Martin said. After all, you have but the wisdom of your temperament, and the wisdom of my temperament is just as unimpeachable as yours. They disagreed about love, and the magazines, and many things, but they liked each other, and on Martin's part it was no less than a profound liking. Day after day they were together, if for no more than the hour Brissenden spent in Martin's stuffy room. Brissenden never arrived without his quart of whiskey, and when they dined together downtown, he drank scotch and soda. Throughout the meal, he invariably paid the way for both, and it was through him that Martin learned the refinements of food, drank his first champagne, and made acquaintance with Rhenish wines. But Brissenden was always an enigma. With the face of an ascetic, he was, in all the failing blood of him, a frank voluptuary. He was unafraid to die. Bitter and cynical of all the ways of living, and yet, dying, he loved life, to the last atom of it. He was possessed by a madness to live, to thrill, to squirm my little space in the cosmic dust whence I came, as he phrased it once himself. He had tampered with drugs and done many strange things in quest of new thrills, new sensations. As he told Martin, he had once gone 3 days without water, had done so voluntarily, in order to experience the exquisite delight of such a thirst assuaged. Who or what he was, Martin never learned. He was a man without a past, whose future was the imminent grave, and whose present was a bitter fever of living. Chapter XXXIII. Martin was steadily losing his battle. Economize as he would, the earnings from hack work did not balance expenses. Thanksgiving found him with his black suit in pawn and unable to accept the Morses' invitation to dinner. Ruth was not made happy by his reason for not coming, and the corresponding effect on him was one of desperation. He told her that he would come, after all, that he would go over to San Francisco, to the Transcontinental office, collect the $5 due him, and with it redeem his suit of clothes. In the morning he borrowed 10 cents from Maria. He would have borrowed it, by preference, from Brissenden, but that erratic individual had disappeared. 2 weeks had passed since Martin had seen him, and he vainly cudgeled his brains for some cause of offense. The 10 cents carried Martin across the ferry to San Francisco, and as he walked up Market Street he speculated upon his predicament. In case he failed to collect the money, there would then be no way for him to return to Oakland, and he knew no one in San Francisco from whom to borrow another 10 cents. The door to the Transcontinental office was ajar, and Martin, in the act of opening it, was brought to a sudden pause by a loud voice from within, which exclaimed, "But that is not the question, Mr. Ford." Ford, Martin knew, from his correspondence, to be the editor's name. "The question is, are you prepared to pay, cash, and cash down, I mean? I am not interested in the prospects of the Transcontinental and what you expect to make it next year. What I want is to be paid for what I do. And I tell you, right now, the Christmas Transcontinental don't go to press till I have the money in my hand. Good day. When you get the money, come and see me." The door jerked open, and the man flung past Martin, with an angry countenance, and went down the corridor, muttering curses and clenching his fists. Martin decided not to enter immediately, and lingered in the hallways for a quarter of an hour. Then he shoved the door open and walked in. It was a new experience. The first time he had been inside an editorial office. Cards evidently were not necessary in that office, for the boy carried word to an inner room that there was a man who wanted to see Mr. Ford. Returning, the boy beckoned him from halfway across the room and led him to the private office, the editorial sanctum. Martin's first impression was of the disorder and cluttered confusion of the room. Next he noticed a bewhiskered, youthful-looking man sitting at a roll-top desk, who regarded him curiously. Martin marveled at the calm repose of his face. It was evident that the squabble with the printer had not affected his equanimity. I am Martin Eden," Martin began the conversation. "And I want my $5, was what he would have liked to say. But this was his first editor, and under the circumstances he did not desire to scare him too abruptly. To his surprise, Mr. Ford leaped into the air with a "You don't say so," and the next moment, with both hands, was shaking Martin's hand effusively. "Can't say how glad I am to see you, Mr. Eden. Often wondered what you were like." Here he held Martin off at arm's length and ran his beaming eyes over Martin's second-best suit, which was also his worst suit, and which was ragged and past repair, though the trousers showed the careful crease he had put in with Maria's flat irons. "I confess, though, I conceived you to be a much older man than you are. Your story, you know, showed such breadth and vigor, such maturity and depth of thought. A masterpiece, that story. I knew it when I had read the first half-dozen lines. Let me tell you how I first read it. But no, First let me introduce you to the staff. Still talking, Mr. Ford led him into the general office, where he introduced him to the associate editor, Mr. White, a slender, frail little man whose hand seemed strangely cold, as if he were suffering from a chill, and whose whiskers were sparse and silky. And Mr. Enns, Mr. Eden. Mr. Enns is our business manager, you know. Martin found himself shaking hands with a cranky-eyed, bald-headed man, whose face looked youthful enough from what little could be seen of it, for most of it was covered by a snow-white beard, carefully trimmed by his wife, who did it on Sundays, at which times she also shaved the back of his neck. The three men surrounded Martin, all talking admiringly and at once, until it seemed to him that they were talking against time for a wager. "We often wondered why you didn't call," Mr. White was saying. "I didn't have the car fare, and I live across the bay." Martin answered bluntly, with the idea of showing them his imperative need for the money. Surely, he thought to himself, my glad rags in themselves are eloquent advertisement of my need. Time and again, whenever opportunity offered, he hinted about the purpose of his business. But his admirers' ears were deaf. They sang his praises, told him what they had thought of his story at first sight, what they subsequently thought, what their wives and families thought, but not one hint did they breathe of intention to pay him for it. "Did I tell you how I first read your story?" Mr. Ford said. "Of course I didn't. I was coming west from New York, and when the train stopped at Ogden, the train boy on the new run brought aboard the current number of the Transcontinental. My God! Martin thought, you can travel in a Pullman while I starve for the paltry $5 you owe me." A wave of anger rushed over him. The wrong done him by the Transcontinental loomed colossal, for strong upon him were all the dreary months of vain yearning, of hunger and privation, and his present hunger awoke and gnawed at him, reminding him that he had eaten nothing since the day before, and little enough then. For the moment he saw red. These creatures were not even robbers. They were sneak thieves. By lies and broken promises they had tricked him out of his story. Well, he would show them. And a great resolve surged into his will to the effect that he would not leave the office until he got his money. He remembered, if he did not get it, that there was no way for him to go back to Oakland. He controlled himself with an effort. But not before the wolfish expression of his face had awed and perturbed them. They became more voluble than ever. Mr. Ford started anew to tell how he had first read The Ring of Bells, and Mr. Enns at the same time was striving to repeat his niece's appreciation of The Ring of Bells, said niece being a school teacher in Alameda. "I'll tell you what I came for," Martin said finally. "To be paid for that story all of you like so well. $5, I believe, is what you promised me would be paid on publication." Mr. Ford, with an expression on his mobile features of mediate and happy acquiescence, started to reach for his pocket, then turned suddenly to Mr. Enns, and said that he had left his money home. That Mr. Enns resented this was patent, and Martin saw the twitch of his arm as if to protect his trousers pocket. Martin knew that the money was there. "I am sorry," said Mr. Enns, "but I paid the printer not an hour ago, and he took my ready change. It was careless of me to be so short. But the bill was not yet due, and the printer's request, as a favor, to make an immediate advance, was quite unexpected." Both men looked expectantly at Mr. White, but that gentleman laughed and shrugged his shoulders. His conscience was clean at any rate. He had come into the Transcontinental to learn magazine literature, instead of which he had principally learned finance. The Transcontinental owed him 4 months' salary, and he knew that the printer must be appeased before the associate editor. "It's rather absurd, Mr. Eden, to have caught us in this shape," Mr. Ford preambled airily. "All carelessness, I assure you. But I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll mail you a check the first thing in the morning. You have Mr. Eden's address, haven't you, Mr. Enns?" Yes, Mr. Enns had the address, and the check would be mailed the first thing in the morning. Martin's knowledge of banks and checks was hazy, but he could see no reason why they should not give him the check on this day just as well as on the next. "Then it is understood, Mr. Eden, that we'll mail you the check tomorrow," Mr. Ford said. "I need the money today," Martin answered stolidly. "The unfortunate circumstances if you had chanced here any other day," Mr. Ford began suavely, only to be interrupted by Mr. Enns, whose cranky eyes justified themselves in his shortness of temper. "Mr. Ford has already explained the situation," he said with asperity. "And so have I. The check will be mailed." "I also have explained," Martin broke in, "and I have explained that I want the money today." He had felt his pulse quicken a trifle at the business manager's brusqueness, and upon him he kept an alert eye, for it was in that gentleman's trousers pocket that he divined the Transcontinental's ready cash was reposing. "It is too bad," Mr. Ford began. But at that moment, with an impatient movement, Mr. Enns turned as if about to leave the room. At the same instant Martin sprang for him, clutching him by the throat with one hand in such fashion that Mr. Enns' snow-white beard, still maintaining its immaculate trimness, pointed ceilingward at an angle of 45 degrees. To the horror of Mr. White and Mr. Ford, they saw their business manager shaken like an astrakhan rug. "Dig up, you venerable discourager of rising young talent," Martin exhorted. "Dig up, or I'll shake it out of you, even if it's all in nickels." Then, to the two affrighted onlookers, "Keep away. If you interfere, somebody's liable to get hurt." Mr. Enns was choking, and it was not until the grip on his throat was eased that he was able to signify his acquiescence in the digging up program. All together, after repeated digs, its trousers pocket yielded $4.15. "Inside out with it," Martin commanded. An additional 10 cents fell out. Martin counted the result of his raid a second time to make sure. "You next," he shouted at Mr. Ford. "I want 75 cents more." Mr. Ford did not wait, but ransacked his pockets, with the result of 60 cents. "Sure that is all?" Martin demanded menacingly, possessing himself of it. "What have you got in your vest pockets?" In token of his good faith, Mr. Ford turned two of his pockets inside out. A strip of cardboard fell to the floor from one of them. He recovered it and was in the act of returning it, when Martin cried, "What's that, a ferry ticket? Here, give it to me. It's worth 10 cents. I'll credit you with it. I've now got $4.95, including the ticket. 5 cents is still due me." He looked fiercely at Mr. White, and found that fragile creature in the act of handing him a nickel. "Thank you," Martin said, addressing them collectively. "I wish you a good day, robber." Mr. Enns snarled after him. "Sneak thief," Martin retorted, slamming the door as he passed out. Martin was elated, so elated that when he recollected that the Hornet owed him $15 for the Peri and the Pearl, he decided forthwith to go and collect it. But the Hornet was run by a Set of clean-shaven, strapping young men, frank buccaneers who robbed everything and everybody, not excepting one another. After some breakage of the office furniture, the editor, an ex-college athlete, ably assisted by the business manager, an advertising agent, and the porter, succeeded in removing Martin from the office and in accelerating, by initial impulse, his descent of the first flight of stairs. "Come again, Mr. Eden, glad to see you any time," they laughed down at him from the landing above. Martin grinned as he picked himself up. "Phew," he murmured back. The transcontinental crowd were nanny goats, but you fellows are a lot of prize fighters. More laughter greeted this. "I must say, Mr. Eden," the editor of the Hornet called down, "that for a poet you can go some yourself. Where did you learn that? Right cross if I may ask." "Where you learned that half Nelson," Martin answered. "Anyway, you're going to have a black eye. I hope your neck doesn't stiffen up," the editor wished solicitously. "What do you say we all go out and have a drink on it? Not the neck, of course, but the little rough house." "I'll go you if I lose," Martin accepted. And robbers and robbed drank together, amicably agreeing that the battle was to the strong, and that the $15 for the Perry and the Pearl belonged by right to the Hornet's editorial staff. Chapter 30. Arthur remained at the gate while Ruth climbed Maria's front steps. She heard the rapid click of the typewriter, and when Martin let her in, found him on the last page of a manuscript. She had come to make certain whether or not he would be at their table for Thanksgiving dinner, but before she could broach the subject, Martin plunged into the one with which he was full. "Here, let me read you this," he cried, separating the carbon copies and running the pages of manuscript into shape. "It's my latest, and different from anything I've done. It is so altogether different that I am almost afraid of it, and yet I've a sneaking idea it is good. You be judge. It's an Hawaiian story. I've called it Wiki Wiki." His face was bright with the creative glow, though she shivered in the cold room and had been struck by the coldness of his hands at greeting. She listened closely while he read, and though he from time to time had seen only disapprobation in her face, at the close he asked, "Frankly, what do you think of it?" I don't know," she answered. "Will do you think it will sell?" "I'm afraid not," was the confession. "It's too strong for the magazines." "But it's true, on my word it's true." "But why do you persist in writing such things when you know they won't sell?" she went on inexorably. "The reason for your writing is to make a living, isn't it?" "Yes, that's right, but the miserable story got away with me. I couldn't help writing it. It demanded to be written." "But that character, that Wiki Wiki, why do you make him talk so roughly? Surely it will offend your readers, and surely that is why the editors are justified in refusing your work." "Because the real Wiki Wiki would have talked that way." "But it is not good taste." "It is life," he replied bluntly. "It is real. It is true. And I must write life as I see it." She made no answer, and for an awkward moment they sat silent. It was because he loved her that he did not quite understand her, and she could not understand him because he was so large that he bulked beyond her horizon. "Well, I've collected from the Transcontinental," he said in an effort to shift the conversation to a more comfortable subject. The picture of the bewhiskered trio, as he had last seen them, mulcted of $4.90 and a ferry ticket, made him chuckle. "Then you'll come," she cried joyously. "That was what I came to find out." "Come," he muttered absently. Where? Why, to dinner tomorrow. You know you said you'd recover your suit if you got that money. I forgot all about it, he said humbly. You see, this morning the pound man got Maria's 2 cows and the baby calf. And well, it happened that Maria didn't have any money, and so I had to recover her cows for her. That's where the transcontinental fiver went. The ring of bells went into the pound man's pocket. Then you won't come. He looked down at his clothing. I can't. Tears of disappointment and reproach glistened in her blue eyes, but she said nothing. Next Thanksgiving you'll have dinner with me in Delmonico's, he said cheerily, or in London, or Paris, or anywhere you wish. I know it. I saw in the paper a few days ago, she announced abruptly, that there had been several local appointments to the Railway Mail. You passed first, didn't you? He was compelled to admit that the call had come for him, but that he had declined it. I was so sure, I am so sure of myself, he concluded. A year from now I'll be earning more than a dozen men in the Railway Mail. You wait and see. Oh, was all she said, when he finished. She stood up, pulling at her gloves. I must go, Martin. Arthur is waiting for me. He took her in his arms and kissed her, but she proved a passive sweetheart. There was no tenseness in her body, her arms did not go around him, and her lips met his without their wonted pressure. She was angry with him, he concluded, as he returned from the gate. But why? It was unfortunate that the pound man had gobbled Maria's cows. But it was only a stroke of fate. Nobody could be blamed for it. Nor did it enter his head that he could have done aught otherwise than what he had done. Well, yes, he was to blame a little, was his next thought, for having refused the call to the Railway Mail. And she had not liked Wiki Wiki. He turned at the head of the steps to meet the letter carrier on his afternoon round. The ever-recurrent fever of expectancy assailed Martin as he took the bundle of long envelopes. One was not long. It was short and thin, and outside was printed the address of the New York Outview. He paused in the act of tearing the envelope open. It could not be an acceptance. He had no manuscripts with that publication. Perhaps his heart almost stood still at the wild thought, perhaps they were ordering an article from him. But the next instant he dismissed the surmise as hopelessly impossible. It was a short, formal letter, signed by the office editor, merely informing him that an anonymous letter which they had received was enclosed, and that he could rest assured the Outview staff never under any circumstances gave consideration to anonymous correspondence. The enclosed letter Martin found to be crudely printed by hand. It was a hodgepodge of illiterate abuse of Martin, and of assertion that the so-called Martin Eden who was selling stories to magazines was no writer at all, and that in reality he was stealing stories from old magazines, typing them, and sending them out as his own. The envelope was postmarked San Leandro. Martin did not require a second thought to discover the author. Higginbotham's grammar, Higginbotham's colloquialisms, Higginbotham's mental quirks and processes, were apparent throughout. Martin saw in every line, not the fine Italian hand, but the coarse grocer's fist, of his brother-in-law. But why? He vainly questioned. What injury had he done Bernard Higginbotham? The thing was so unreasonable, so wanton. There was no explaining it. In the course of the week a dozen similar letters were forwarded to Martin by the editors of various Eastern magazines. The editors were behaving handsomely, Martin concluded. He was wholly unknown to them, yet some of them had even been sympathetic. It was evident that they detested anonymity. He saw that the malicious attempt to hurt him had failed. In fact, if anything came of it, it was bound to be good, for at least his name had been called to the attention of a number of editors. Sometime, perhaps, reading a submitted manuscript of his, they might remember him as the fellow about whom they had received an anonymous letter. And who was to say that such a remembrance might not sway the balance of their judgment just a trifle in his favor? It was about this time that Martin took a great slump in Maria's estimation. He found her in the kitchen one morning groaning with pain, tears of weakness running down her cheeks, vainly endeavoring to put through a large ironing. He promptly diagnosed her affliction as la grippe, dosed her with hot whiskey, the remnants in the bottles for which Brissenden was responsible, and ordered her to bed. But Maria was refractory. The ironing had to be done, she protested, and delivered that night, or else there would be no food on the morrow for the 7 small and hungry Silvas. To her astonishment, and it was something that she never ceased from relating to her dying day, she saw Martin Eden seize an iron from the stove and throw a fancy shirt-waist on the ironing board. It was Kate Flanagan's best Sunday waist, than whom there was no more exacting and fastidiously dressed woman in Maria's world. Also, Miss Flanagan had sent special instruction that said waist must be delivered by that night. As everyone knew, she was keeping company with John Collins, the blacksmith, and, as Maria knew privily, Miss Flanagan and Mr. Collins were going next day to Golden Gate Park. Vain was Maria's attempt to rescue the garment. Martin guided her tottering footsteps to a chair, from where she watched him with bulging eyes. In a quarter of the time it would have taken her she saw the shirt-waist safely ironed, and ironed as well as she could have done it, as Martin made her grant. "I could work faster," he explained, "if your irons were only hotter." To her, the irons he swung were much hotter than she ever dared to use. "Your sprinkling is all wrong," he complained next. "Here. Let me teach you how to sprinkle. Pressure is what's wanted. Sprinkle under pressure if you want to iron fast." He procured a packing case from the woodpile in the cellar, fitted a cover to it, and raided the scrap iron the Silva tribe was collecting for the junkman. With fresh sprinkled garments in the box, covered with the board and pressed by the iron, the device was complete and in operation. "Now you watch me, Maria," he said, stripping off to his undershirt and gripping an iron that was what he called really hot. And when he finished the iron he washed the wools, as she described it afterward. He say, "Maria, you are de great fool. I show you how to wash the wools," and he shows me, too. 10 minutes he mocked a machine, 1 barrel, 1 wheel hub, 2 poles, just like that. Martin had learned the contrivance from Joe at the Shelley Hot Springs. The old wheel hub, fixed on the end of the upright pole, constituted the plunger. Making this, in turn, fast to the spring pole attached to the kitchen rafters, so that the hub played upon the woolens in the barrel, he was able, with one hand, thoroughly to pound them. No more Maria washida wools, her story always ended. "I mockada kids workada pole and da hub and da barrel. Him da smarta man, Mr. Eden." Nevertheless, by his masterly operation and improvement of her kitchen laundry, he fell an immense distance in her regard. The glamour of romance with which her imagination had invested him faded away in the cold light of fact that he was an ex-laundryman. All his books, and his grand friends who visited him in carriages or with countless bottles of whiskey, went for naught. He was, after all, a mere working man, a member of her own class and caste. He was more human and approachable, but he was no longer mystery. Martin's alienation from his family continued. Following upon Mr. Higginbotham's unprovoked attack, Mr. Herman von Schmidt showed his hand. The fortunate sale of several storiettes, some humorous verse, and a few jokes gave Martin a temporary splurge of prosperity. Not only did he partially pay up his bills, but he had sufficient balance left to redeem his black suit and wheel. The latter, by virtue of a twisted crank hanger, required repairing. And, as a matter of friendliness with his future brother-in-law, he sent it to von Schmidt's shop. The afternoon of the same day Martin was pleased by the will being delivered by a small boy. Von Schmidt was also inclined to be friendly, was Martin's conclusion from this unusual favor. Repaired wheels usually had to be called for. But when he examined the wheel, he discovered no repairs had been made. A little later in the day he telephoned his sister's betrothed, and learned that that person didn't want anything to do with him in any shape, manner, or form. Herman von Schmidt, Martin answered cheerfully. I've a good mind to come over and punch that Dutch nose of yours. You come to my shop, came the reply, and I'll send for the police. And I'll put you through, too. Oh, I know you. But you can't make no rough house with me. I don't want nothing to do with the likes of you. You're a loafer, that's what, and I ain't asleep. You ain't goin' to do no spongin' off me just because I'm marryin' your sister. Why don't you go to work and earn an honest livin', eh? Answer me that. Martin's philosophy asserted itself, dissipating his anger, and he hung up the receiver with a long whistle of incredulous amusement. But after the amusement came the reaction, and he was oppressed by his loneliness. Nobody understood him, nobody seemed to have any use for him, except Brissenden, and Brissenden had disappeared, God alone knew where. Twilight was falling as Martin left the fruit store and turned homeward, his marketing on his arm. At the corner an electric car had stopped, and at sight of a lean, familiar figure alighting, his heart leapt with joy. It was Brissenden, and in the fleeting glimpse, ere the car started up, Martin noted the overcoat pockets, one bulging with books, the other bulging with a quart bottle of whiskey. Chapter XXXV. Brissenden gave no explanation of his long absence, nor did Martin pry into it. He was content to see his friend's cadaverous face opposite him through the steam rising from a tumbler of toddy. I, too, have not been idle, Brissenden proclaimed, after hearing Martin's account of the work he had accomplished. He pulled a manuscript from his inside coat pocket and passed it to Martin, who looked at the title and glanced up curiously. Yes, that's it, Brissenden laughed. Pretty good title, eh? Ephemera, it is the one word. And you're responsible for it. What of your man, who is always the erected, the vitalized inorganic, the latest of the ephemera, the creature of temperature? Strutting his little space on the thermometer. It got into my head and I had to write it to get rid of it. Tell me what you think of it. Martin's face, flushed at first, paled as he read on. It was perfect art. Form triumphed over substance, if triumph it could be called, where the last conceivable atom of substance had found expression in so perfect construction as to make Martin's head swim with delight, to put passionate tears into his eyes, and to send chills creeping up and down his back. It was a long poem of 600 or 700 lines, and it was a fantastic, amazing, unearthly thing. It was terrific, impossible, and yet there it was, scrawled in black ink across the sheets of paper. It dealt with man and his soul gropings in their ultimate terms, plumbing the abysses of space for the testimony of remotest suns and rainbow spectrums. It was a mad orgy of imagination, wassailing in the skull of a dying man who half sobbed under his breath and was quick with the wild flutter of fading heartbeats. The poem swung in majestic rhythm to the cool tumult of interstellar conflict, to the onset of starry hosts, to the impact of cold suns and the flaming up of nebulae in the darkened void, and through it all, unceasing and faint, like a silver shuttle, ran the frail piping voice of man, a querulous chirp amid the screaming of planets and the crash of systems. There is nothing like it in literature, Martin said, when at last he was able to speak. It's wonderful, wonderful. It has gone to my head. I am drunken with it. That great, infinitesimal question, I can't shake it out of my thoughts. That questing, eternal, ever recurring, thin little wailing voice of man is still ringing in my ears. It is like the dead march of a gnat amid the trumpeting of elephants and the roaring of lions. It is insatiable with microscopic desire. I'm making a fool of myself, but the thing has obsessed me. I don't know what you are wonderful, that's all. But how do you do it? How do you do it? Martin paused from his rhapsody, only to break out afresh. I shall never write again. I am a dauber in clay. You have shown me the work of the real artificer-artisan. Genius. This is something more than genius. It transcends genius. It is truth gone mad. It is true, man, every line of it. I wonder if you realize that, you dogmatist. Science cannot give you the lie. It is the truth of the sneer, stamped out from the black iron of the cosmos and interwoven with mighty rhythms of sound into a fabric of splendor and beauty. And now I won't say another word. I am overwhelmed, crushed. Yes, I will. Too. Let me market it for you. Brissenden grinned. There's not a magazine in Christendom that would dare to publish it, you know that. I know nothing of the sort. I know there's not a magazine in Christendom that wouldn't jump at it. They don't get things like that every day. That's no mere poem of the year. It's the poem of the century. I'd like to take you up on the proposition. Now don't get cynical, Martin exhorted. The magazine editors are not wholly fatuous. I know that. And I'll close with you on the bet. I'll wager anything you want that Ephemera is accepted either on the first or second offering. There's just one thing that prevents me from taking you. Brissenden waited a moment. The thing is big, the biggest I've ever done. I know that. It's my swan song. I am almighty proud of it. I worship it. It's better than whiskey. It is what I dreamed of, the great and perfect thing when I was a simple young man, with sweet illusions and clean ideals. And I've got it, now, in my last grasp. And I'll not have it pawed over and soiled by a lot of swine. No, I won't take the bet. It's mine. I made it, and I've shared it with you. But think of the rest of the world, Martin protested. The function of beauty is joy-making. It's my beauty. Don't be selfish. I'm not selfish. Brissenden grinned soberly in the way he had when pleased by the thing his thin lips were about to shape. I'm as unselfish as a famished hog. In vain Martin strove to shake him from his decision. Martin told him that his hatred of the magazines was rabid, fanatical, and that his conduct was 1,000 times more despicable than that of the youth who burned the temple of Diana at Ephesus. Under the storm of denunciation Brissenden complacently sipped his toddy and affirmed that everything the other said was quite true. With the exception of the magazine editors. His hatred of them knew no bounds. And he excelled Martin in denunciation when he turned upon them. "I wish you'd type it for me," he said. "You know how 1,000 times better than any stenographer. And now I want to give you some advice." He drew a bulky manuscript from his outside coat pocket. "Here's your Shame of the Sunday. I've read it not once, but twice and 3 times the highest compliment I can pay you. After what you've said about ephemera I must be silent. But this I will say, when the Shame of the Sun is published, it will make a hit. It will start a controversy that will be worth thousands to you. Just in advertising." Martin laughed. "I suppose your next advice will be to submit it to the magazines. By all means, no, that is, if you want to see it in print. Offer it to the first-class houses. Some publisher's reader may be mad enough or drunk enough to report favorably on it. You've read the books. The meat of them has been transmuted in the alembic of Martin Eden's mind and poured into the Shame of the Sun, and one day Martin Eden will be famous, and not the least of his fame will rest upon that work. So you must get a publisher for it, the sooner the better." Brissenden went home late that night, and just as he mounted the first step of the car, he swung suddenly back on Martin and thrust into his hand a small, tightly crumpled wad of paper. "Here, take this," he said. "I was out to the races today. And I had the right dope." The bell clanged and the car pulled out, leaving Martin wondering as to the nature of the crinkly, greasy wad he clutched in his hand. Back in his room he unrolled it and found $100 bill. He did not scruple to use it. He knew his friend had always plenty of money. And he knew also, with profound certitude, that his success would enable him to repay it. In the morning he paid every bill, gave Maria 3 months' advance on the room, and redeemed every pledge at the pawn shop. Next he bought Marian's wedding present, and simpler presents, suitable to Christmas, for Ruth and Gertrude. And finally, on the balance remaining to him, he herded the whole Silva tribe down into Oakland. He was a winter late in redeeming his promise, but redeemed it was, for the last, least Silva got a pair of shoes, as well as Maria herself. Also, there were horns and dolls and toys of various sorts, and parcels and bundles of candies and nuts that filled the arms of all the Silvas to overflowing. It was with this extraordinary procession trooping at his and Maria's heels into a confectioner's in quest of the biggest candy cane ever made, that he encountered Ruth and her mother. Mrs. Morse was shocked. Even Ruth was hurt, for she had some regard for appearances, and her lover, cheek by jowl with Maria, at the head of that army of Portuguese ragamuffins, was not a pretty sight. But it was not that which hurt so much as what she took to be his lack of pride and self-respect. Further, and keenest of all, she read into the incident the impossibility of his living down his working-class origin. There was stigma enough in the fact of it, but shamelessly to flaunt it in the face of the world, her world was going too far. Though her engagement to Martin had been kept secret, their long intimacy had not been unproductive of gossip, and in the shop, glancing covertly at her lover and his following, had been several of her acquaintances. She lacked the easy largeness of Martin and could not rise superior to her environment. She had been hurt to the quick, and her sensitive nature was quivering with the shame of it. So it was, when Martin arrived later in the day, that he kept her present in his breast pocket, deferring the giving of it to a more propitious occasion. Ruth in tears, passionate, angry tears, was a revelation to him. The Spectacle of her suffering convinced him that he had been a brute, yet in the soul of him he could not see how nor why. It never entered his head to be ashamed of those he knew, and to take the Silvas out to a Christmas treat could in no way, so it seemed to him, show lack of consideration for Ruth. On the other hand, he did see Ruth's point of view, after she had explained it. And he looked upon it as a feminine weakness, such as afflicted all women and the best of women. Chapter 30. Come on, I'll show you the real dirt, Brissenden said to him, one evening in January. They had dined together in San Francisco, and were at the Ferry Building. Returning to Oakland, when the whim came to him to show Martin the real dirt, he turned and fled across the waterfront, a meager shadow in a flapping overcoat, with Martin straining to keep up with him. At a wholesale liquor store he bought 2-gallon demijohns of old port, and with one in each hand boarded a Mission Street car, Martin at his heels burdened with several quart bottles of whiskey. If Ruth could see me now, was his thought, while he wondered as to what constituted the real dirt. Maybe nobody will be there, Brissenden said, when they dismounted and plunged off to the right into the heart of the working-class ghetto, south of Market Street. In which case you'll miss what you've been looking for so long. And what the deuce is that? Martin asked. Men, intelligent men, and not the gibbering non-entities I found you consorting with in that trader's den. You read the books and you found yourself all alone. Well, I'm going to show you tonight some other men who've read the books, so that you won't be lonely anymore. Not that I bother my head about their everlasting discussions, he said at the end of a block. I'm not interested in book philosophy. But you'll find these fellows intelligences and not bourgeois swine. But watch out, they'll talk an arm off of you on any subject under the Sunday. Hope Norton's there, he panted a little later, resisting Martin's effort to relieve him of the 2 demijohns. Norton's an idealist, a Harvard man. Prodigious memory. Idealism led him to philosophic anarchy, and his family threw him off. Father's a railroad president and many times millionaire, but the son's starving in Frisco, editing an anarchist sheet for $25 a month. Martin was little acquainted in San Francisco, and not at all south of Market. So he had no idea of where he was being led. Go ahead, he said, tell me about them beforehand. What do they do for a living? How do they happen to be here? Hope Hamilton's there. Brissenden paused and rested his hands. Strawn Hamilton's his name hyphenated, you know, comes of old Southern stock. He's a tramp, laziest man I ever knew, though he's clerking, or trying to, in a socialist cooperative store for $6 a week. But he's a confirmed hobo. Tramped into town. I've seen him sit all day on a bench and never a bite pass his lips, and in the evening, when I invited him to dinner restaurant 2 blocks away, have him say, too much trouble, old man. Buy me a package of cigarettes instead. He was a Spence Ryan like you till Kreese turned him to materialistic monism. I'll start him on monism if I can. Norton's another monist, only he affirms naught but spirit. He can give Kreese and Hamilton all they want. 2. Who is Kreese? Martin asked. His rooms we're going to. One-time professor fired from university, usual story. A mind like a steel trap. Makes his living any old way. I know he's been a street fakir when he was down. Unscrupulous. Rob a corpse of a shroud, anything. Difference between him and the bourgeoisie is that he robs without illusion. He'll talk Nietzsche, or Schopenhauer, or Kant, or anything, but the only thing in this world, not Excepting Mary, that he really cares for, is his monism. Heckle is his little tin god. The only way to insult him is to take a slap at Heckle. Here's the hangout. Brissenden rested his demijohn at the upstairs entrance, preliminary to the climb. It was the usual two-story corner building, with a saloon and grocery underneath. The gang lives here got the whole upstairs to themselves. But Kreese is the only one who has 2 rooms. Come on. No lights burned in the upper hall, but Brissenden threaded the utter blackness like a familiar ghost. He stopped to speak to Martin. There's one fellow Stevens, a theosophist. Makes a pretty tangle when he gets going. Just now he's dishwasher in a restaurant. Likes a good cigar. I've seen him eat in a 10-cent hash house and pay 50 cents for the cigar he smoked afterward. I've got a couple in my pocket for him, if he shows up. And there's another fellow Perry, an Australian, a statistician and a sporting encyclopedia. Ask him the grain output of Paraguay for 1903, or the English importation of sheetings into China for 1890, or at what weight Jimmy Britt fought battling Nelson, or who was welterweight champion of the United States in '68, and you'll get the correct answer with the automatic seal righty of a slot machine. And there's Andy, a stonemason, has ideas on everything, a good chess player, and another fellow, Harry, a baker, red-hot socialist and strong union man. By the way, you remember Cooks and Waiters strike? Hamilton was the chap who organized that union and precipitated the strike, planned it all out in advance, right here in Kreese's rooms. Did it just for the fun of it, but was too lazy to stay by the union. Yet he could have risen high if he wanted to. There's no end to the possibilities in that man if he weren't so insuperably lazy. Brissenden advanced through the darkness till a thread of light marked the threshold of a door. A knock and an answer opened it, and Martin found himself shaking hands with Kreese, a handsome brunette man, with dazzling white teeth, a drooping black mustache, and large, flashing black eyes. Mary, a matronly young blonde, was washing dishes in the little back room that served for kitchen and dining room. The front room served as bedchamber and living room. Overhead was the week's washing, hanging in festoons so low that Martin did not see at first the 2 men talking in a corner. They hailed Brissenden and his demijohns with acclamation, and, on being introduced, Martin learned they were Andy and Perry. He joined them and listened attentively to the description of a prize fight Perry had seen the night before, while Brissenden, in his glory, plunged into the manufacture of a toddy and the serving of wine and whiskey and sodas. At his command, "Bring in the clan," Andy departed to go the round of the rooms for the lodgers. "We're lucky that most of them are here," Brissenden whispered to Martin. "There's Norton and Hamilton, come on and meet them. Stevens isn't around, I hear. I'm going to get them started on monism if I can. Wait till they get a few jolts in them and they'll warm up." At first the conversation was desultory. Nevertheless Martin could not fail to appreciate the keen play of their minds. They were men with opinions, though the opinions often clashed, and, though they were witty and clever, they were not superficial. He swiftly saw, no matter upon what they talked, that each man applied the correlation of knowledge and had also a deep-seated and unified conception of society and the cosmos. Nobody manufactured their opinions for them, they were all rebels of one variety or another, and their lips were strangers to platitudes. Never had Martin, at the Morses, heard so Amazing a range of topics discussed. There seemed no limit save time to the things they were alive to. The talk wandered from Mrs. Humphrey Ward's new book to Shaw's latest play, through the future of the drama to reminiscences of Mansfield. They appreciated or sneered at the morning editorials, jumped from labor conditions in New Zealand to Henry James and Brander Matthews, passed on to the German designs in the Far East and the economic aspect of the Yellow Peril, wrangled over the German elections and Babel's last speech, and settled down to local politics, the latest plans and scandals in the Union Labour Party administration, and the wires that were pulled to bring about the coast seamen's strike. Martin was struck by the inside knowledge they possessed. They knew what was never printed in the newspapers, the wires and strings and the hidden hands that made the puppets dance. To Martin's surprise, the girl, Mary, joined in the conversation, displaying an intelligence he had never encountered in the few women he had met. They talked together on Swinburne and Rossetti, after which she led him beyond his depth into the bypaths of French literature. His revenge came when she defended Maeterlinck and he brought into action the carefully thought-out thesis of The Shame of the Sunday. Several other men had dropped in, and the air was thick with tobacco smoke. When Brissenden waved the red flag. "Here's fresh meat for your axe, Crees," he said, a rose-white youth with the ardor of a lover for Herbert Spencer. "Make a hakey light of him if you can." Crees seemed to wake up and flash like some metallic, magnetic thing, while Norton looked at Martin sympathetically, with a sweet, girlish smile, as much as to say that he would be amply protected. Crees began directly on Martin, but step by step Norton interfered, until he and Crees were off and away in a personal battle. Martin listened and fain would have rubbed his eyes. It was impossible that this should be, much less in the labor ghetto south of Market. The books were alive in these men. They talked with fire and enthusiasm, the intellectual stimulant stirring them as he had seen drink and anger stir other men. What he heard was no longer the philosophy of the dry, printed word, written by half-mythical demigods like Kant and Spencer. It was living philosophy, with warm, red blood, incarnated in these two men till its very features worked with excitement. Now and again, other men joined in, and all followed the discussion with cigarettes going out in their hands and with alert, intent faces. Idealism had never attracted Martin, but the exposition it now received at the hands of Norton was a revelation. The logical plausibility of it, that made an appeal to his intellect, seemed missed by Crees and Hamilton, who sneered at Norton as a metaphysician, and who, in turn, sneered back at them as metaphysicians. Phenomenon and noumenon were bandied back and forth. They charged him with attempting to explain consciousness by itself. He charged them with word jugglery, with reasoning from words to theory instead of from facts to theory. At this they were aghast. It was the cardinal tenet of their mode of reasoning to start with facts and to give names to the facts. When Norton wandered into the intricacies of Kant, Crees reminded him that all good little German philosophies when they died went to Oxford. A little later, Norton reminded them of Hamilton's law of parsimony, the application of which they immediately claimed for every reasoning process of theirs. And Martin hugged his knees and exulted in it all. But Norton was no Spence Ryan. And he, too, strove for Martin's philosophic soul, talking as much at him as to his two opponents. "You know Berkeley has never been answered," he said, looking directly at Martin. Herbert Spencer came the nearest, which was not very near. Even the stanchest of Spencer's followers will not go farther. I Was reading an essay of Saleaby's the other day, and the best Saleaby could say was that Herbert Spencer nearly succeeded in answering Berkeley. You know what Hume said? Hamilton asked. Norton nodded, but Hamilton gave it for the benefit of the rest. He said that Berkeley's arguments admit of no answer and produce no conviction. In his, Hume's, mind, was the reply. And Hume's mind was the same as yours, with this difference, he was wise enough to admit there was no answering Berkeley. Norton was sensitive and excitable, though he never lost his head, while Creese and Hamilton were like a pair of cold-blooded savages, seeking out tender places to prod and poke. As the evening grew late, Norton, smarting under the repeated charges of being a metaphysician, clutching his chair to keep from jumping to his feet, his grey eyes snapping and his girlish face grown harsh and sure, made a grand attack upon their position. All right, you Hecelites, I may reason like a medicine man, but, pray, how do you reason? You have nothing to stand on, you unscientific dogmatists. With your positive science which you are always lugging about into places it has no right to be. Long before the school of materialistic monism arose, the ground was removed so that there could be no foundation. Locke was the man. John Locke. 200 years ago, more than that, even in his essay concerning the human understanding, he proved the non-existence of innate ideas. The best of it is that that is precisely what you claim. Tonight, again and again, you have asserted the non-existence of innate ideas. And what does that mean? It means that you can never know ultimate reality. Your brains are empty when you are born. Appearances, or phenomena, are all the content your minds can receive from your five senses. Then noumena, which are not in your minds when you are born, have no way of getting in. I deny. Creese started to interrupt. You wait till I'm done, Norton shouted. You can know only that much of the play and interplay of force and matter as impinges in one way or another on our senses. You see, I am willing to admit, for the sake of the argument, that matter exists, and what I am about to do is to efface you by your own argument. I can't do it any other way, for you are both congenitally unable to understand a philosophic abstraction. And now, what do you know of matter, according to your own positive science? You know it only by its phenomena, its appearances. You are aware only of its changes, or of such changes in it as cause changes in your consciousness. Positive science deals only with phenomena, yet you are foolish enough to strive to be ontologists and to deal with noumena. Yet, by the very definition of positive science, science is concerned only with appearances. As somebody has said, phenomenal knowledge cannot transcend phenomena. You cannot answer Berkeley, even if you have annihilated Kant, and yet, perforce, you assume that Berkeley is wrong when you affirm that science proves the non-existence of God, or, as much to the point, the existence of matter. You know I granted the reality of matter only in order to make myself intelligible to your understanding. Be positive scientists, if you please, but ontology has no place in positive science, so leave it alone. Spencer is right in his agnosticism, but if Spencer. But it was time to catch the last ferry boat for Oakland, and Brissenden and Martin slipped out, leaving Norton still talking and Creese and Hamilton waiting to pounce on him like a pair of hounds as soon as he finished. You have given me a glimpse of fairyland, Martin said on the ferry boat. It makes life worthwhile to meet people like that. My mind is all worked up. I never appreciated idealism before. Yet I can't accept it. I know that I shall always be a realist. I am so made, I guess. But I'd like to have made a reply to Crees and Hamilton, and I think I'd have had a word or two for Norton. I didn't see that Spencer was damaged any. I'm as excited as a child on its first visit to the circus. I see I must read up some more. I'm going to get hold of Saleaby. I still think Spencer is unassailable, and next time I'm going to take a hand myself. But Brissenden, breathing painfully, had dropped off to sleep, his chin buried in a scarf and resting on his sunken chest, his body wrapped in the long overcoat and shaking to the vibration of the propellers. Chapter XXXVII. The first thing Martin did next morning was to go counter both to Brissenden's advice and command. The shame of the Sun he wrapped and mailed to the Acropolis. He believed he could find magazine publication for it, and he felt that recognition by the magazines would commend him to the book publishing houses. Ephemera he likewise wrapped and mailed to a magazine. Despite Brissenden's prejudice against the magazines, which was a pronounced mania with him, Martin decided that the great poem should see print. He did not intend, however, to publish it without the others' permission. His plan was to get it accepted by one of the high magazines, and, thus armed, again to wrestle with Brissenden for consent. Martin began, that morning, a story which he had sketched out a number of weeks before and which ever since had been worrying him with its insistent clamor to be created. Apparently it was to be a rattling sea story, a tale of 20th century adventure and romance, handling real characters, in a real world, under real conditions. But beneath the swing and go of the story was to be something else, something that the superficial reader would never discern and which, on the other hand, would not diminish in any way the interest and enjoyment for such a reader. It was this, and not the mere story, that impelled Martin to write it. For that matter, it was always the great universal motif that suggested plots to him. After having found such a motif, he cast about for the particular persons and particular location in time and space wherewith and wherein to utter the universal thing. Overdue was the title he had decided for it, and its length he believed would not be more than 60,000 words, a bagatelle for him with his splendid vigor of production. On this first day he took hold of it with conscious delight in the mastery of his tools. He no longer worried for fear that the sharp, cutting edges should slip and mar his work. The long months of intense application and study had brought their reward. He could now devote himself with sure hand to the larger phases of the thing he shaped, and as he worked, hour after hour, he felt, as never before, the sure and cosmic grasp with which he held life and the affairs of life. Overdue would tell a story that would be true of its particular characters and its particular events, but it would tell, too, he was confident, great vital things that would be true of all time, and all sea, and all life, thanks to Herbert Spencer, he thought, leaning back for a moment from the table. Thanks to Herbert Spencer and to the master key of life, evolution, which Spencer had placed in his hands. He was conscious that it was great stuff he was writing. It will go. It will go, was the refrain that kept sounding in his ears. Of course it would go. At last he was turning out the thing at which the magazines would jump. The whole story worked out before him in lightning flashes. He broke off from it long enough to write a paragraph in his notebook. This would be the last paragraph in Overdue, but so thoroughly was the whole book already composed in his brain that he could write, weeks before he had arrived at the end itself. He compared the tale, as yet unwritten, with the tales of the seer writers, and he felt it to be immeasurably superior. "There's only one man who could touch it," he murmured aloud. "And that's Conrad. And it ought to make even him sit up and shake hands with me, and say, 'Well done, Martin, my boy.'" He toiled on all day, recollecting, at the last moment, that he was to have dinner at the Morses. Thanks to Brissenden, his black suit was out of pawn and he was again eligible for dinner parties. Downtown he stopped off long enough to run into the library and search for Saleaby's books. He drew out The Cycle of Life, and on the car turned to the essay Norton had mentioned on Spencer. As Martin read, he grew angry. His face flushed, his jaw set, and unconsciously his hand clenched, unclenched, and clenched again as if he were taking fresh grips upon some hateful thing out of which he was squeezing the life. When he left the car, he strode along the sidewalk as a wrathful man will stride, and he rang the Morse bell with such viciousness that it roused him to consciousness of his condition, so that he entered in good nature, smiling with amusement at himself. No sooner, however, was he inside than a great depression descended upon him. He fell from the height where he had been upborne all day on the wings of inspiration. Bourgeois, traitors. Den Brissenden's epithets repeated themselves in his mind. But what of that? He demanded angrily. He was marrying Ruth, not her family. It seemed to him that he had never seen Ruth more beautiful, more spiritual and ethereal, and at the same time more healthy. There was color in her cheeks, and her eyes drew him again and again, the eyes in which he had first read immortality. He had forgotten immortality of late, and the trend of his scientific reading had been away from it, but here, in Ruth's eyes, he read an argument without words that transcended all worded arguments. He saw that in her eyes before which all discussion fled away, for he saw love there. And in his own eyes was love, and love was unanswerable. Such was his passionate doctrine. The half hour he had with her, before they went in to dinner, left him supremely happy and supremely satisfied with life. Nevertheless, at table, the inevitable reaction and exhaustion consequent upon the hard day seized hold of him. He was aware that his eyes were tired and that he was irritable. He remembered it was at this table, at which he now sneered and was so often bored, that he had first eaten with civilized beings in what he had imagined was an atmosphere of high culture and refinement. He caught a glimpse of that pathetic figure of him, so long ago, a self-conscious savage, sprouting sweat at every pore in an agony of apprehension, puzzled by the bewildering minutiae of eating implements, tortured by the ogre of a servant, striving at a leap to live at such dizzy social altitude, and deciding in the end to be frankly himself, pretending no knowledge and no Polish he did not possess. He glanced at Ruth for reassurance, much in the same manner that a passenger, with sudden panic thought of possible shipwreck, will strive to locate the life preservers. Well, that much had come out of it, love and Ruth. All the rest had failed to stand the test of the books. But Ruth and love had stood the test. For them he found a biological sanction. Love was the most exalted expression of life. Nature had been busy designing him, as she had been busy with all normal men, for the purpose of loving. She had spent 10,000 centuries, 100,000 and a million centuries upon the task, and he was the best she could do. She had made love the strongest thing in him, increased its power a myriad % with her gift of imagination, and sent him forth into the ephemera to thrill and melt and mate. His hand sought Ruth's hand beside him, hidden by the table, and a warm pressure was given and received. She looked at him a swift instant, and her eyes were radiant and melting. So were his in the thrill that pervaded him, nor did he realize how much that was radiant and melting in her eyes had been aroused by what she had seen in his. Across the table from him, cater cornered, at Mr. Morse's right, sat Judge Blount, a local superior court judge. Martin had met him a number of times and had failed to like him. He and Ruth's father were discussing labor union politics, the local situation and socialism, and Mr. Morse was endeavoring to twit Martin on the latter topic. At last Judge Blount looked across the table with benignant and fatherly pity. Martin smiled to himself. "You'll grow out of it, young man," he said soothingly. "Time is the best cure for such youthful distempers." He turned to Mr. Morse. "I do not believe discussion is good in such cases. It makes the patient obstinate." "That is true," the other assented gravely. "But it is well to warn the patient occasionally of his condition." Martin laughed merrily, but it was with an effort. The day had been too long, the day's effort too intense, and he was deep in the throes of the reaction. "Undoubtedly you are both excellent doctors," he said, "but if you care a whit for the opinion of the patient, let him tell you that you are poor diagnostic Ians. In fact, you are both suffering from the disease you think you find in me. As for me, I am immune. The socialist philosophy that riots half-baked in your veins has passed me by." "Clever, clever," murmured the judge. "An excellent ruse in controversy, to reverse positions. Out of your mouth." Martin's eyes were sparkling, but he kept control of himself. "You see, Judge, I've heard your campaign speeches. By some henitical process, henitical, by the way, is a favorite word of mine which nobody understands. By some henitical process you persuade yourself that you believe in the competitive system and the survival of the strong, and at the same time you endorse with might and main all sorts of measures to shear the strength from the strong. My young man, remember, I've heard your campaign speeches," Martin warned. "It's on record, your position on interstate commerce regulation, on regulation of the Railway Trust and Standard Oil, on the conservation of the forests, on 1,001 restrictive measures that are nothing else than socialistic. Do you mean to tell me that you do not believe in regulating these various outrageous exercises of power? That's not the point. I mean to tell you that you are a poor diagnostician. I mean to tell you that I am not suffering from the microbe of socialism. I mean to tell you that it is you who are suffering from the emasculating ravages of that same microbe. As for me, I am an inveterate opponent of socialism, just as I am an inveterate opponent of your own mongrel democracy that is nothing else than pseudo-socialism masquerading under a garb of words that will not stand the test of the dictionary. I am a reactionary, so complete a reactionary that my position is incomprehensible to you who live in a veiled lie of social organization and whose sight is not keen enough to pierce the veil. You make believe that you believe in the survival of the strong and the rule of the strong. I believe. That is the difference. When I was a trifle younger, a few months younger, I believed the same thing. You see, the ideas of you and yours had impressed me. But merchants and traders are cowardly rulers at best. They grunt and grub all their days in the trough of money getting, and I have swung back to aristocracy, if you please. I am the only individualist in this room. I look to the state for nothing. I look only to the strong man, the man on horseback, to save the state from its own rotten futility. Nietzsche was right. I won't take the time to tell you who Nietzsche was, but he was right. The world belongs to the strong who are noble as well and who do not wallow in the swine trough of trade and exchange. The world belongs to the true nobleman, to the great blonde beasts, to the non-compromisers, to the yes-sayers. And they will eat you up, you socialists who are afraid of socialism and who think yourselves individualists. Your slave morality of the meek and lowly will never save you. Oh, it's all Greek, I know, and I won't bother you any more with it. But remember one thing. There aren't half a dozen individualists in Oakland, but Martin Eden is one of them. He signified that he was done with the discussion, and turned to Ruth. I'm wrought up today, he said in an undertone. All I want to do is to love, not talk. He ignored Mr. Morse, who said, I am unconvinced. All socialists are Jesuits. That is the way to tell them. We'll make a good Republican out of you yet, said Judge Blount. The man on horseback will arrive before that time, Martin retorted with good humor, and returned to Ruth. But Mr. Morse was not content. He did not like the laziness and the disinclination for sober, legitimate work of this prospective son-in-law of his, for whose ideas he had no respect and of whose nature he had no understanding. So he turned the conversation to Herbert Spencer. Judge Blount ably seconded him, and Martin, whose ears had pricked at the first mention of the philosopher's name, listened to the judge enunciate a grave and complacent diatribe against Spencer. From time to time Mr. Morse glanced at Martin, as much as to say, there, my boy, you see. Chattering daws, Martin muttered under his breath, and went on talking with Ruth and Arthur. But the long day and the real dirt of the night before were telling upon him, and, besides, still in his burnt mind was what had made him angry when he read it on the car. What is the matter? Ruth asked suddenly, alarmed by the effort he was making to contain himself. There is no God but the unknowable, and Herbert Spencer is its prophet, Judge Blount was saying at that moment. Martin turned upon him. A cheap judgment, he remarked quietly. I heard it first in the City Hall Park, on the lips of a working man who ought to have known better. I have heard it often since, and each time the claptrap of it gnaws eats me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. To hear that great and noble man's name upon your lips is like finding a dewdrop in a cesspool. You are disgusting. It was like a thunderbolt. Judge Blount glared at him with apoplectic countenance, and silence reigned. Mr. Morse was secretly pleased. He could see that his daughter was shocked. It was what he wanted to do, to bring out the innate ruffianism of this man he did not like. Ruth's hand sought Martin's beseechingly under the table, but his blood was up. He was inflamed by the intellectual pretense and fraud of those who sat in the high places. A superior court judge. It was only several years before that he had looked up from the mire at such glorious entities and deemed them gods. Judge Blount recovered himself and attempted to go on, addressing himself to Martin with an assumption of politeness that the latter understood was for the benefit of the ladies. Even this added to his anger. Was there no honesty in the world? You can't discuss Spencer with me, he cried. You do not know any more about Spencer than do his own countrymen. But it is no fault of yours, I grant. It is just a phase of the contemptible ignorance of the times. I ran across a sample of it on my way here this evening. I was reading an essay by Saleaby on Spencer. You should read it. It is accessible to all men. You can buy it in any bookstore or draw it from the public library. You would feel ashamed of your paucity of abuse and ignorance of that noble man. Compared with what Saleabai has collected on the subject, it is a record of shame that would shame your shame. The philosopher of the half-educated, he was called by an academic philosopher who was not worthy to pollute the atmosphere he breathed. I don't think you have read 10 pages of Spencer, but there have been critics, assumably more intelligent than you, who have read no more than you of Spencer, who publicly challenged his followers to adduce one single idea from all his writings, from Herbert Spencer's writings, the man who has impressed the stamp of his genius over the whole field of scientific research and modern thought, the father of psychology, the man who revolutionized pedagogy, so that today the child of the French peasant is taught the 3 R's according to principles laid down by him. And the little gnats of men sting his memory when they get their very bread and butter from the technical application of his ideas. What little of worth resides in their brains is largely due to him. It is certain that had he never lived, most of what is correct in their parrot-learned knowledge would be absent. And yet a man like Principal Fairbanks of Oxford, a man who sits in an even higher place than you, Judge Blount, has said that Spencer will be dismissed by posterity as a poet and dreamer rather than a thinker. Yappers and blatherskids, the whole brood of them. First Principles is not wholly destitute of a certain literary power, said one of them. And others of them have said that he was an industrious plotter rather than an original thinker. Yappers and blatherskids. Yappers and blatherskids. Martin ceased abruptly, in a dead silence. Everybody in Ruth's family looked up to Judge Blount as a man of power and achievement, and they were horrified at Martin's outbreak. The remainder of the dinner passed like a funeral, the judge and Mr. Morse confining their talk to each other, and the rest of the conversation being extremely desultory. Then afterward, when Ruth and Martin were alone, there was a scene. "You are unbearable," she wept. But his anger still smoldered, and he kept muttering, "The beasts! The beasts!" When she averred he had insulted the judge, he retorted by telling the truth about him. "I don't care whether it was true or not," she insisted. "There are certain bounds of decency, and you had no license to insult anybody." "Then where did Judge Blount get the license to assault truth?" Martin demanded. "Surely to assault truth is a more serious misdemeanor than to insult a pygmy personality such as the judge's. He did worse than that. He blackened the name of a great, noble man who is dead. Oh, the beasts! The beasts!" His complex anger flamed afresh, and Ruth was in terror of him. Never had she seen him so angry, and it was all mystified and unreasonable to her comprehension. And yet, through her very terror ran the fibers of fascination that had drawn and that still drew her to him, that had compelled her to lean towards him, and, in that mad, culminating moment, lay her hands upon his neck. She was hurt and outraged by what had taken place, and yet she lay in his arms and quivered while he went on muttering, "The beasts! The beasts!" And she still lay there when he said, "I'll not bother your table again, dear. They do not like me, and it is wrong of me to thrust my objectionable presence upon them. Besides, they are just as objectionable to me. Faugh! They are sickening. And to think of it, I dreamed in my innocence that the persons who sat in the high places, who lived in fine houses and had educations and bank accounts, were worthwhile." Chapter 38. "Come on, let's go down to the local." So spoke Brissenden, faint from a hemorrhage of half an hour before the second hemorrhage in 3 days. The perennial whiskey glass was in his hands, and he drained it with shaking fingers. What do I want with socialism? Martin demanded. Outsiders are allowed 5-minute speeches, the sick man urged. Get up and spout. Tell them why you don't want socialism. Tell them what you think about them and their ghetto ethics. Slam Nietzsche into them and get walloped for your pains. Make a scrap of it. It will do them good. Discussion is what they want, and what you want, too. You see, I'd like to see you a socialist before I'm gone. It will give you a sanction for your existence. It is the one thing that will save you in the time of disappointment that is coming to you. I never can puzzle out why you, of all men, are a socialist. Martin pondered. You detest the crowd so. Surely there is nothing in the canile to recommend it to your aesthetic soul. He pointed an accusing finger at the whiskey glass which the other was refilling. Socialism doesn't seem to save you. I'm very sick, was the answer. With you it is different. You have health and much to live for, and you must be handcuffed to life somehow. As for me, you wonder why I am a socialist. I'll tell you. It is because socialism is inevitable, because the present rotten and irrational system cannot endure, because the day is past for your man on horseback. The slaves won't stand for it. They are too many, and willy-nilly they'll drag down the would-be equestrian before ever he gets astride. You can't get away from them, and you'll have to swallow the whole slave morality. It's not a nice mess, I'll allow. But it's been a brewing and swallow it you must. You are antediluvian anyway. With your Nietzsche ideas. The past is past, and the man who says history repeats itself is a liar. Of course I don't like the crowd, but what's a poor chap to do? We can't have the man on horseback, and anything is preferable to the timid swine that now rule. But come on, anyway. I'm loaded to the guards now, and if I sit here any longer, I'll get drunk. And you know the doctor says damn the doctor. I'll fool him yet. It was Sunday night, and they found the small hall packed by the Oakland socialists, chiefly members of the working class. The speaker, a clever Jew, won Martin's admiration at the same time that he aroused his antagonism. The man's stooped and narrow shoulders and weazened chest proclaimed him the true child of the crowded ghetto, and strong on Martin was the age-long struggle of the feeble, wretched slaves against the lordly handful of men who had ruled over them and would rule over them to the end of time. To Martin this withered wisp of a creature was a symbol. He was the figure that stood forth, representative of the whole miserable mass of weaklings and inefficients who perished according to biological law on the ragged confines of life. They were the unfit. In spite of their cunning philosophy and of their ant-like proclivities for cooperation, nature rejected them for the exceptional man. Out of the plentiful spawn of life she flung from her prolific hand she selected only the best. It was by the same method that men, aping her, bred race horses and cucumbers. Doubtless, a creator of a cosmos could have devised a better method, but creatures of this particular cosmos must put up with this particular method. Of course, they could squirm as they perished, as the socialists squirmed, as the speaker on the platform and the perspiring crowd were squirming even now as they counseled together for some new device with which to minimize the penalties of living and outweed the cosmos. So Martin thought, and so he spoke when Brissenden urged him to give them hell. He obeyed the mandate, walking up to the platform, as was the custom, and addressing the chairman, he began in a low voice, haltingly, forming into order the ideas which had surged in his brain while the Jew was speaking. In such meetings 5 minutes was the time allotted to each speaker, But when Martin's 5 minutes were up, he was in full stride, his attack upon their doctrines but half completed. He had caught their interest, and the audience urged the chairman by acclamation to extend Martin's time. They appreciated him as a foeman worthy of their intellect, and they listened intently, following every word. He spoke with fire and conviction, mincing no words in his attack upon the slaves and their morality and tactics, and frankly alluding to his hearers as the slaves in question. He quoted Spencer and Malthus, and enunciated the biological law of development. And so, he concluded, in a swift resume, no state composed of the slave types can endure. The old law of development still holds. In the struggle for existence, as I have shown, the strong and the progeny of the strong tend to survive, while the weak and the progeny of the weak are crushed and tend to perish. The result is that the strong and the progeny of the strong survive, and, so long as the struggle obtains, the strength of each generation increases. That is development. But you slaves, it is too bad to be slaves, I grant, but you slaves dream of a society where the law of development will be annulled, where no weaklings and inefficients will perish, where every inefficient will have as much as he wants to eat as many times a day as he desires, and where all will marry and have progeny, the weak as well as the strong. What will be the result? No longer will the strength and life value of each generation increase. On the contrary, it will diminish. There is the nemesis of your slave philosophy. Your society of slaves, of, by, and for, slaves must inevitably weaken and go to pieces as the life which composes it weakens and goes to pieces. Remember, I am enunciating biology and not sentimental ethics. No state of slaves can stand. How about the United States? A man yelled from the audience. And how about it? Martin retorted. The 13 colonies threw off their rulers and formed the republic so-called. The slaves were their own masters. There were no more masters of the sword. But you couldn't get along without masters of some sort, and there arose a new set of masters, not the great, virile, noble men, but the shrewd and spidery traders and money lenders. And they enslaved you over again, but not frankly, as the true, noble men would do with weight of their own right arms, but secretly, by spidery machinations and by wheedling and cajolery and lies. They have purchased your slave judges, they have debauched your slave legislatures, and they have forced to worse horrors than chattel slavery your slave boys and girls. 2 million of your children are toiling today in this trader oligarchy of the United States. 10 millions of you slaves are not properly sheltered nor properly fed. But to return, I have shown that no society of slaves can endure. Because, in its very nature, such society must annul the law of development. No sooner can a slave society be organized than deterioration sets in. It is easy for you to talk of annulling the law of development, but where is the new law of development that will maintain your strength? Formulate it. Is it already formulated? Then state it. Martin took his seat amidst an uproar of voices. A score of men were on their feet clamoring for recognition from the chair. And one by one, encouraged by vociferous applause, speaking with fire and enthusiasm and excited gestures, they replied to the attack. It was a wild night, but it was wild. Intellectually, a battle of ideas. Some strayed from the point, but most of the speakers replied directly to Martin. They shook him with lines of thought that were new to him, and gave him insights, not into new biological laws, but into new applications of the old laws. They were too earnest to be always polite. and more than once the chairman rapped and pounded for order. It chanced that a cub reporter sat in the audience, detailed there on a day dull of news and impressed by the urgent need of journalism for sensation. He was not a bright cub reporter. He was merely facile and glib. He was too dense to follow the discussion. In fact, he had a comfortable feeling that he was vastly superior to these wordy maniacs of the working class. Also, he had a great respect for those who sat in the high places and dictated the policies of nations and newspapers. Further, he had an ideal, namely, of achieving that excellence of the perfect reporter who is able to make something, even a great deal, out of nothing. He did not know what all the talk was about. It was not necessary. Words like revolution gave him his cue. Like a paleontologist, able to reconstruct an entire skeleton from one fossil bone, he was able to reconstruct a whole speech from the one-word revolution. He did it that night, and he did it well, and since Martin had made the biggest stir, he put it all into his mouth and made him the arch-anarch of the show, transforming his reactionary individualism into the most lurid, red-shirt socialist utterance. The cub reporter was an artist, and it was a large brush with which he laid on the local color wild-eyed long-haired men, neurasthenic and degenerate types of men, voices shaken with passion, clenched fists raised on high, and all projected against a background of oaths, yells, and the throaty rumbling of angry men. Chapter 36. Over the coffee, in his little room, Martin read next morning's paper. It was a novel experience to find himself headlined, on the first page at that. And he was surprised to learn that he was the most notorious leader of the Oakland Socialists. He ran over the violent speech the cub reporter had constructed for him, and, though at first he was angered by the fabrication, in the end he tossed the paper aside with a laugh. Either the man was drunk or criminally malicious, he said that afternoon, from his perch on the bed, when Brissenden had arrived and dropped limply into the one chair. "But what do you care?" Brissenden asked. "Surely you don't desire the approval of the bourgeois swine that read the newspapers?" Martin thought for a while, then said, "No, I really don't care for their approval, not a whit. On the other hand, it's very likely to make my relations with Ruth's family a trifle awkward. Her father always contended I was a socialist, and this miserable stuff will clinch his belief. Not that I care for his opinion, but what's the odds? I want to read you what I've been doing today. It's overdue, of course, and I'm just about halfway through." He was reading aloud when Maria thrust open the door and ushered in a young man in a natty suit who glanced briskly about him, noting the oil burner and the kitchen in the corner before his gaze wandered onto Martin. "Sit down," Brissenden said. Martin made room for the young man on the bed and waited for him to broach his business. "I heard you speak last night, Mr. Eden, and I've come to interview you," he began. Brissenden burst out in a hearty laugh. "A brother socialist?" the reporter asked, with a quick glance at Brissenden that appraised the color value of that cadaverous and dying man. "And he wrote that report," Martin said softly. "Why, he is only a boy. Why don't you poke him?" Brissenden asked. "I'd give $1,000 to have my lungs back for 5 minutes. The cub reporter was a trifle perplexed by this talking over him and around him. And at him. But he had been commended for his brilliant description of the socialist meeting and had further been detailed to get a personal interview with Martin Eden, the leader of the organized menace to society. "You do not object to having your picture taken, Mr. Eden," he said. I've a staff photographer outside, you see, and he says it will be better to take you right away before the sun gets lower. Then we can have the interview afterward. A photographer, Brissenden said meditatively. Poke him. Martin. Poke him. I guess I'm getting old, was the answer. I know I ought, but I really haven't the heart. It doesn't seem to matter. For his mother's sake, Brissenden urged. It's worth considering, Martin replied, but it doesn't seem worthwhile enough to rouse sufficient energy in me. You see, it does take energy to give a fellow a poking. Besides, what does it matter? That's right, that's the way to take it, the cub announced airily, though he had already begun to glance anxiously at the door. But it wasn't true, not a word of what he wrote, Martin went on, confining his attention to Brissenden. It was just in a general way a description, you understand, the cub ventured, and besides, it's good advertising. That's what counts. It was a favor to you. It's good advertising, Martin, old boy, Brissenden repeated solemnly. And it was a favor to me, think of that, was Martin's contribution. Let me see, where were you born, Mr. Eden, the cub asked, assuming an air of expectant attention. He doesn't take notes, said Brissenden. He remembers it all. That is sufficient for me. The cub was trying not to look worried. No decent reporter needs to bother with notes. That was sufficient for last night. But Brissenden was not a disciple of quietism, and he changed his attitude abruptly. Martin, if you don't poke him, I'll do it myself, if I fall dead on the floor. The next moment. How will a spanking do? Martin asked. Brissenden considered judicially, and nodded his head. The next instant Martin was seated on the edge of the bed with the cub face downward across his knees. Now don't bite, Martin warned, or else I'll have to punch your face. It would be a pity, for it is such a pretty face. His uplifted hand descended, and thereafter rose and fell in a swift and steady rhythm. The cub struggled and cursed and squirmed, but did not offer to bite. Brissenden looked on gravely, though once he grew excited and gripped the whiskey bottle, pleading, here, just let me swat him once. Sorry, my hand played out, Martin said, when at last he desisted. It is quite numb. He uprighted the cub and perched him on the bed. I'll have you arrested for this, he snarled, tears of boyish indignation running down his flushed cheeks. I'll make you sweat for this. You'll see. The pretty thing, Martin remarked. He doesn't realize that he has entered upon the downward path. It is not honest, it is not square, it is not manly, to tell lies about one's fellow creatures the way he has done, and he doesn't know it. He has to come to us to be told, Brissenden filled in a pause. Yes, to me whom he has maligned and injured. My grocery will undoubtedly refuse me credit now. The worst of it is that the poor boy will keep on this way until he deteriorates into a first-class newspaper man and also a first-class scoundrel. But there is yet time, quoth Brissenden. Who knows but what you may prove the humble instrument to save him? Why didn't you let me swat him just once? I'd like to have had a hand in it. I'll have you arrested, the pair of you, you big brutes, sobbed the erring soul. No, his mouth is too pretty and too weak. Martin shook his head lugubriously. I'm afraid I've numbed my hand in vain. The young man cannot reform. He will become eventually a very great and successful newspaper man. He has no conscience. That alone will make him great. With that the cub passed out the door in trepidation to the last for fear that Brissenden would hit him in the back with the bottle he still clutched. In the next morning's paper Martin learned a great deal more about himself that was new to him. "We are the sworn enemies of society," he found himself quoted as saying in a column interview. "No, we are not anarchists but socialists." When the reporter pointed out to him that there seemed little difference between the two schools, Martin had shrugged his shoulders in silent affirmation. His face was described as bilaterally asymmetrical, and various other signs of degeneration were described. Especially notable were his thug-like hands and the fiery gleams in his bloodshot eyes. He learned, also, that he spoke nightly to the workmen in the City Hall Park, and that among the anarchists and agitators that there inflamed the minds of the people he drew the largest audiences and made the most revolutionary speeches. The cub painted a highlight picture of his poor little room, its oil stove and the one chair, and of the death's head tramp who kept him company and who looked as if he had just emerged from 20 years of solitary confinement in some fortress dungeon. The cub had been industrious. He had scurried around and nosed out Martin's family history, and procured a photograph of Higginbotham's cash store with Bernard Higginbotham himself standing out in front. That gentleman was depicted as an intelligent, dignified businessman, who had no patience with his brother-in-law's socialistic views, and no patience with the brother-in-law, either, whom he was quoted characterizing